Testing. Oh my gosh. I'm actually going to be the second one liking for a change. Daniel sometimes beats me. And leaves bruises, but, he runs me over with his truck. Anyway, welcome to episode 4 of a Sims 4 Cosmetology School story. That is the temporary name now. In yesterday's episode, I decided that it will be the Sequoia Beauty School in San Sequoia. Well, she is the nice one. Or, okay. The playlist link. Yeah. So I have not loaded the game yet. And, we have, the update happened today. I don't know how, all I know is EA said it was complete, so I haven't loaded the game. I don't know how it went. And then that Bridgerton event thing starts today. Part of me was thinking that maybe I'd have Joanna's mother be some sort of Bridgerton fan or a show like that, and maybe she would do the event, or maybe they both. Okay, if there's nothing else, that's good. So, because I was like, but then I was like, I don't want to take up time though, because it's spring, and the theme is that they're in the last few months of high school. Okay, hide the thumbnail. Load the game. I wish it was a little easier to find, the content, because Pinterest is now emailing me because I was on Pinterest. So the latest CC finds and the latest this, and so I clicked on some of that. But then it's like it takes me to that Sims 4 downloads page, but then I start clicking on stuff, and it's like pages that don't exist anymore, and AVG's going crazy. You're gonna get a virus, and you owe us money if you want us to stop the virus. I'm like, no, forget you. I ain't paying you nothing. I like being on there because I could see the stuff that, at least was possible. But, okay, so this will be a little bit boring, but let's do this. Because that's what we usually do. I'll try to... So one of the big ones is these base layers thing where you can, mix and match clothing with different colored undershirts and stuff, apparently. Ballroom fashion, okay, so that's all we have to do is log in. That's good, because at the moment we're playing Sims again, so it's likely to happen. Now it's just... Now, do we miss a day and can't get something, or... Week by week? Hopefully I don't miss anything. You know, because I'm sure I'll want something. Um, a house gazebo, a Bridgerton house piano, a bassinet, a fashion kit. Okay. Costumes and masks. Okay, yeah. Ballroom kit. You know, well, I don't mind talking about her ballroom. There's other ballrooms I could wish don't exist and won't ever exist, but new a free playmat for the base game. So apparently that's what we're getting. That would look cool if I had more room at my my spa that I made. Of course, chandeliers are always nice. Um, okay, that's the thing about layering or whatever. Backups, blah, 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 backups. Bug fixes. Okay. Now, are we going to call bullshit on this, or are they actually telling the truth? Um, you know, there's one way to find out. Because I know one lot that has. Oh, by the way, I didn't quite see the at on that short you did for who you were talking about. I assumed it was somebody else, but it wasn't until after I posted my comment that I realized, oh, she did mention a certain someone. All right, let's plop in here. And we're not gonna play this, but we're gonna go check. We're gonna go to the Regency building and check the paintings there to see if they came back. If I still have them up to begin with. Yes, we did. Yeah, that's true. And the only couple of them that I did were not exactly happy. You know, they were what do they call that? Sans pooch. Right, Kiwi? Kiwi loves me. Kiwi's a good dog. Good doggy, Kiwi. Good dog. Well, that's perfect. That's perfectly appropriate. A reaction's a reaction. Okay, so I didn't think that would work, but oh, okay, good, you're here. Calling Gloria. Gloria. Well, it beats a growl and a, you know, something else. And didn't exactly get her to piss on everything, so. It's like, whimper, whimper, piss. A whimper piss? Yeah, a whimper piss. Just go here already. Where are you? Oh, okay, you're there. Okay. So, I don't know. I guess, yeah. Anyway. That doesn't sound like, what I thought that was describing. Oh, they're talking about the off-lot ones. Well, what about when they're at the place they're supposed to be? Okay, so I guess they didn't completely fix that. We fixed the other photos, so changing that, right? The baby photos on the wall we fixed because we went and got the old version. Sims putting down infants before picking them up. No longer receive secret witness sentiment when married or engaged is witnessing woohooing. Okay, well, I've never had that happen, so. Maybe your Sims have been doing that stuff, but not mine. Can't place item fixed in. Okay, could get stuck with new scandal. They wake up from loud noises apparently now. There was an issue with a stand-up milestone. So their previous fix screwed it up. Okay. Okay, caregivers should now need a reason to want to pick up an infant from a crib, a dirty diaper, etc. The infants will call less frequently to ask to be removed from the crib. We're limiting the amount of times caregivers run caregiving interactions autonomously. Sim should no longer freeze during check infant, give infant nap, tummy time, if the infant is sleeping. When an infant is crying or while another caregiver is already holding or interacting with the... Oh, is that what was causing things? Oh, okay, that's like the I know your secret or something. The gossip crap, the blackmail or whatever. Well, I still haven't gotten any of that into any of that because I didn't get into the scandal yet. You know, I didn't have anybody try to become anything yet. Okay, now that's something nice. You know, click on the baby and right away pick the most important things. Yeah, I'm kind of chomping at the bit to at least to get some of the clutter and chairs and stuff in. Um, I mean, I don't know if you saw what I finished doing yesterday or not, but I mean, I'm all things considered, the fact that I was able to have her sit down where I wanted her to sit. Um, and got it pretty close to the actual place with what I have. Um, um, yeah, that's all infant stuff. That's cool. Yeah, reaction. I still get a kick out of it. I'm pretty sure it was either Sims 2 or Sims 3, but I'm thinking it was Sims 3. I'm outside somebody's window playing the drums and instruments at like 3 a.m. And all they do is they come out and they're like, "Oh, well, you're playing music. Thanks." Last day of school. Yeah. Get out the shaving cream or something. I don't know. I would never. I wasn't one of the cool kids, so ain't nobody did anything with me to celebrate anything. I just like yay and went home. I don't have to deal with you losers anymore. Maybe next year some of you won't be in my class. I want them to make it so that you can unstack the things in the inventory. I shouldn't have to put all them paintings out in order to see what I've got. Somehow I should be able to click on that and get to see what I've got. Unless I'm just dumb and haven't figured it out. Well, this sounds like a real life issue. We couldn't figure out who to dispatch. So, I'm busy right now. Yeah, you're eating donuts again. Get off your ass and go. The crime's right next to the donut shop. Go. We picked you for a reason. Okay, I like that. And that's that thing. An invitation. Alright. Okay, so we don't get we won't be doing anything else for at least a week. Joy. Good. By then I'll know what I'm doing with this. I could still say that's a dynamic though. Her mother. Well, I don't know exactly what year it is we're playing this in yet. So, I'm trying to aim for a little bit nostalgic, maybe, 2000s or something, but maybe 2008 like the other thing, but I don't know what was on TV back then, but maybe the mom or somebody could be into some, well, maybe the mom is into some TV show, or maybe they're both into a TV show, but otherwise they don't always get along. They had their family dinner the other day. You know, um, the Camarillos had the fruit salad that Mama Camarillo made, Robin, and then I had the the Delaney's ordered Chinese because the lady, whoever it is, I haven't made yet. The butler. Butler, housekeeper, maid, something. But whoever it was that usually does the cooking was, they actually let her have an off day. Okay, so that being said, that gave me an idea. Damn it. Is that him again? I wonder what reel he's sending me this time. That's what it is. It's real. It's damn real. Okay, so this is basically the same thing, but with the stuff on it. All right. I was yapping about a donut shop. Well, Sims 2 had just counters that you could put on the damn wall. Which came in handy because when I made my school that I went to, it had counters like this along the wall with the plugs and the you know. Yeah, come to think of it, anything that you had to plug in, you had to come over to the wall with the plugs. I don't remember being able to, we didn't have hair dryers at the station, I don't think. It's hard for me to remember because I only used my blow dryer on people like twice. Everyone else was going under the damn hood dryer for them roller sets. At the old school. Now we can make donuts, can't we, with the cupcake machine? Alright, you're being an idiot. Search for the damn donuts. Okay, powdered donuts, plain donuts, chocolate donuts. So that's 3. And these here. Okay, there's this kind. Not that we could just have a bakery period and just call it a donut shop. donut holes. The only problem is, well, it's not really a problem. I mean, we can just put it inside the displays instead of on the wall racks. Because we won't have the wall racks. Walrus? Yeah, we won't have the walrus. I mean, of course, assuming... Well, we can do... I mean, you know, I'm not going to worry so much about the food... Do you want to do that? Yeah. Let's maybe do that. Let's see what happens when we do it. Because if we're in the thing, we can place down bigger lots. We just can't do it from outside the lot. That's the newer version. Okay. She had a donut shop. Yeah. Yeah. What are we intersecting? The fire alarm? Probably. I wonder if there's a thing for making this for that. Let's do that for now. Well, why don't you do this before you get all with that. So yeah, you can make dough. You can use the mixer to make the dough, and then I'm gonna get sugar. Hey, sugar. A mannequin you can, cause she mixes it with love. And makes the munchkins taste real good. Penny a dozen.
Sona. Well, no.
Looks like there's a dozen there. Nice of Sims to think of that. You can make a whole dozen. Now, I could have sworn we had donuts, but it's just like one of the things I don't remember making. Other than trying to like skill up the baking skill. Alright, so we've got 2 plates. You know what? Make a 3rd plate of something. We need you to hurry up because it's the school day here, and if I turn those other 2 into teens, they're going to need to go to school. Oh, that's right. She's putting them on the counter for me. Okay. Well, if you don't want to use a counter, I'm sure she'd put them on a table. Just as far as making it, this is basically just seeing what I can display them on. Because whether I actually go into the thing or not, I just felt like making one. You know, me and my whimsicals. Make. Did I have the grocery store thingy saved? Oh, she doesn't have enough money. Her name's Penny. She's got money. No JC needed there. So that's worthless, other than plopping it down. I got ambrosia. I could have a restaurant that sells ambrosia over and over again. Oh, that's the pickup truck, I think. Yeah, it's a scene from World Without You. That's my pickup truck. Fiona's pickup truck. Didn't quite get back into there to see whether or not she's gonna help them get the fridge from the garage sale. We didn't quite get to the next episode on that. No, we left off on a bit of a downer with her. And we didn't get to the end of the day, of that school day. You know, good old Ivy, Miss Drama Queen, causing all kinds of drama. All right, well, here. It's really annoying. I wish they wouldn't start off on this. Put it on here. I want to draw my own wall. Or fence. No, we can't do that, sir. Why can't you? Because we're idiots. Alright, where's my handy dandy all-purpose, saves me every time shelf that none of the other ones can do? This one. Of course, that's the problem. They're not, so it's going to treat it like a small shelf anyway. Alright, well, there's that. And then... no. It's not what I want. Oh no, not the random. Well, you know. Boys will be boys, or something. Oh, I forgot to turn the Tiger game back up. I suppose I could use the 9 and 0 thing with the move objects. I could try it anyway. Where's the empty towel rack thing? That's probably a good one to use if I want to go that route. Alright, so at some point we're going to put a donut shop in. Somewhere. But let's what have I downloaded already? Styling Station Famous, Coco Salon Chair Functional, a chair with sink package, the Sheer Brilliance thing. I don't know if any of this stuff conflicts with each other, but... Okay, so since this is the first one I did, alright, so I have no clue what I'm doing, but I want to make sure I put it in here before I go messing with shit. Now, I'm assuming that I have to, reload the game. Oh, who knows? If the crap ain't gonna work, it ain't gonna work yet. But yeah, but all right. So um. In the mods, okay. Yeah, well, go big or go home. Well, I'm attempting to use custom content and stuff because I'm tired of waiting for the game to make beauty salon stuff. I'm sick of it. They've had how many years? And I don't want to play The Sims 2. So, looking through some stuff, I found enough stuff that, unlike just the magazine stuff, that I couldn't really find what I wanted. But, there's salon stuff to try. The only problem is there's like so many people that have redone the salon chair that I don't want that to cause issues if I'm trying everybody's salon chair. Yeah. So I don't know what, because I don't know as far as the update and all that. I haven't tried anything yet before this or before or after. So, you know, if the game's broken because of their fixes, I don't know yet. However, it won't load. Here, dummy. I mean, it would be appropriate the first time I install anything, it's a salon chair. I mean, I'm assuming I'm just putting a recolor in here, but it could be different. It could be a mod. So we'll save one as like test save or something. Okay, so that's showing that I have that. Am I able to... I don't think you can do that from the load screen. So load some other game. We'll use the one that I made for when I was trying to make my salon to show the state board my diagram, my blueprint. Okay, now I was not using... This was demonstrating, not Oh, this was when I was trying to come up with what I wanted my salon to look like. Had I not had to keep the assholes over here. Alright, let's just go to the house of somebody. Here, we'll let the pancakes test it out. If I recall correctly, it was supposed to recolor that thing, make it look like a different chair.
Ooh, Drobisveric?
Rafa.
Ah, chul.
Yes, that is exactly what I found.
Ta-da! Ooh! Opsa, Dromis, Derek.
Bob, what the frack did you do to her? A few. Bob, could you have done a Bob first, not a Pixie? The hell? What are we going, Pixie cakes? Man, her face looks really, really skinny without that hair. It's like, I'm so used to like out here, like a helmet. Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, it's like all these years of, even when I did change her hairstyle slightly, it was still a similar bob. This similar bob? Yeah, a similar bob. Bob and bobbed. It's bob and bobbed. Okay, so we know that one works. The other thing I want to see is, it's one square. It's only, it's not, I could put it right up to a counter. Or in the case of school, right up to a table. All right, so let's test that, because all right, give me another one. Now you can't tell them to sit in the chairs, but if you have them start a conversation, they'll sit down.
Chalky Shinoy. Sogor. Wanji Smeeb. Yabosa? Aha!
Jauna.
Oh, I got autonomy on. No, cut. But from styling a sim, right? Okay, I need y'all to come here.
Sharky.
Pondo. Nulitz Bagorbine. Quar. Vopasa Bayenfa. Shalba. Shalba McCorbith. And Frobby Sebro. Fenoy. Nasine Pafarble.
This must be something new.
Lingo. Nervous Yapik, huh?
Skiba, Vimba, Vimsklabina.
Janim Shrafa. Babos Spillerv. Parsafe Yibel.
Just there, like. Okay, I'm
Norbs.
Spobani, Budiana, Zapula, Veruda Compoi, Tibanahu Snace.
Bang.
New beam.
Semibibs Lingo. Nervous Yapik, huh?
Calgoi. Dabao Saba. Chupaza. Pues.
maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
Yevany Demise. Demisomas. Unkablashu. Zimze. Belaine. New beam. Shorg.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. Yeah, I don't know. I never asked him. So, of course, my real the first time I really played with Bob and Betty there, I had aliens attacking them. So, or at least telling the story of how aliens attacked them.
Subine? Jiffa! Febine Macanerf. Shabini Nobe. Conqueroo Baima. Mapiro. Huh. Drobus Varick? Ah, Chul.
Oh, Jorg.
Oh,
Parent
Flurba?
has a new.
Wha-
Suna.
I should.
Okay. Okay, that looks kind of like a tall table. Like we had in the classroom.
Yo.
Okay, so what I'm assuming is clicking on the ground is still acting as though it's a big chair. So I gotta
Merkid Quinofa. Yips.
Flazzle Pelka.
gotta not quite click on there.
Lumi.
Kunoof.
Lamina Galpa Watini.
Tiba Bamel.
Nulitz.
Trip.
Shishay.
Abgor. Yafla. Watanini. Shofik Kappa. Gish double Lagul.
What?
But up. Nulitz.
Himine.
She's a Regu. And Fabi Frenoy. Ibana Ishka.
Levite Benu. Fredo. Hoibafala Yadim. Navy. Sacranary.
Come on, girl, sit down.
Niloy Sawata. Priscilla Kumar. Cleve. Tanif Bazoo. Pliva. Zimonicero. Navy. I'll move. Okinakim. I'll move.
Audiba Glaffy. Shuka Blopso. Lipasiba. Arpanaya Ufra. Ah! And Frobby Sebra. Fenoy? Dodavepi. Omiba Dodavepi. Pomeray Quas. Goosh if we know. Yasanar Tav. Jana. Oh.
Wixona Zarspa. Hensit. Vabris.
Yeah, they can be wholesome.
Apologize.
I mean, she let him cut her hair for one thing, so you know, there's got to be something there.
Yanka.
You wouldn't let that guy cut your hair if you weren't liking him.
Watanabe. Pipital Dimfish. Nuloy Sawata. Priscilla Kumbar. Benboy Barovi.
Unless you wanted to like set him up.
Fredoy Bafala Yadim.
There we go.
Ah,
Henbei? Yishla Henbei?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Ixo.
sure, sure.
All right, so these chairs work with these tables.
Like, lethargic. Mabloff. Franj, bish.
I mean, you gotta have them chat to sit down, but that's good. All right. All right. Save as. More of this sort of thing. So and then a lot of stuff I've bookmarked that I didn't download. Just real quick, we'll go through. Oh, that's right. It's way down here. Shampoo chair. There's different colors. This I believe needs work. But it was for getting more mannequins. The reason they limit the mannequins though is the game treats it like it's a sim that can't move. So it's like, it's as if it's going over the 8 sim limit type thing. Apparently, that's what I read yesterday. Functional magazines. Slow down. So apparently there's a couple of different ones you can order. It's kind of hard to... Allure, Essence, Cosmo, and Vogue. And then Architectural Digest. I'm also... I'm this, the curlers in the hair. I got that bookmarked somewhere. This I had bookmarked before. I was going to use this for the magazine. I had this, I believe. Yeah, I had that bookmarked way back when I was possibly going to have Dana... Well, I don't know if it was Dana or... I was going to make a little newsstand using this stuff in downtown Del Sol. You know, the Fame area. Yeah, whatever the hell, the Walk of Fame and all that. The little tiny park that's there. I was going to put a little newsstand kiosk there. Okay, so this is the chair that I ended up getting just now. Apparently there's a shampoo bowl. And some other stuff. I probably had that before. I mean, bookmark before. I mean, uh, okay, so let's try just doing that. Because I want to see if the chairs conflict with each other at all. Oh yeah, the Curse Forge. I just that's one of them that I only recently signed in on it. Like I think I used Google or something. Okay, while I'm waiting for that to load, I'm gonna go get this coffee warmed up really quick. Okay. Yeah, sure, blame me. No fair! He said he'd never use that stuff. He's such an enabler.
Chicks from Bluff?
Rafa.
Us and Bubba.
Mohalike.
Mimlet Sabricia. Huh?
Flizza.
Flirna?
Bouchard.
Don't do that.
Baba.
Revenge time. How much of a fro you giving him?
Julian. Chanyu.
Wait. Oh, I was gonna say, did you give him the same hairstyle? No, you gave him a bowl cut. Nope, he's got a bowl cut. Now, if anybody is new to these styling stations, you know, whether you're in chat or new in general, when you do this stuff, what'll happen is if you don't click on keep style, she's gonna keep going and give another hairstyle, and I believe they do like 3 of them, and then after that, it'll revert back to the original. So
Mushkazan's Exanoy Chobaba.
now you did mine, and I didn't throw a fit. So when you go look in the mirror, you better just be okay with it, or else. Okay, so we got some options there. For one thing, you have to actually like zoom in, you know, like, oh, okay, well it's a layered bowl. It's not like he's Mo or something. But that is essentially a bowl cut. I didn't cut no bowls. I didn't cut no plates either. Alright, so we got that. I want this, if I don't already have it. I think this is the thing where the career or something like that. Might be the thing where it's both the And then you pick these as if you're picking odd jobs to give them certain styles. So that looks cool. Now that doesn't necessarily give a new chair, that just applies this to the chair. So okay, then there's an actual career. And then you can make a venue. Yeah, so don't mix those two. Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I'm like, I'm not in a hurry to try the actual mod type things, but as far as yeah, whatever. Okay, so I got to do all that if I want to put the room down. Well, it's not a pain in the butt to download manually. I can decide where I want the thing before you automatically put it in my game. Or whatever you're going to do with it. Um, WinRAR? Is it free? Is it still free? I don't want to have this thing be like, okay, well you did 3 files and then you're done. You better pay. So in other words, you just keep closing the screen. Okay. Well, if it gets annoying, I'll just, uninstall it. If it'll let me do it. I read that. I read that whole thing that quickly. Did you see how quickly I read that? Alright. So, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what our game looks like with these items. This is awesome, though. Because in school, we had the, like, bar stool type chairs that we could, raise or lower, and the tables would raise or lower. I believe they might have had cranks for lowering the tables. When it came time to do the facials in class, we just lowered the tables and we were laying on the tables with, like, blankets and cushions and stuff. But it's like I can have my mannequin Sims sitting in that chair while my Sim could be sitting on a bar stool next to it. Alright, Tigers, you're gonna lose. Yes, that was ironic. Ah! The dog loves my singing, huh? Yeah, I'm not sure if other dogs, you know, a, I don't know if he put up with it or what the situation was with him. He certainly didn't come over and bite me, so... Alright. I'm going to assume that's under the clutter. I mean, you could probably just... Oh, goody, the Clairol bleach from Sally. And the developer from Sally, too. Oh, and some Arctic Fox. Oh, yeah, I like this thing. Yeah, I'm glad I found that yesterday. Oh, cool. We can get different colors, too. I could fill like a retail shelf, even if pretend they're shampoo bottles or something. Oh. Okay, so the words was backwards. Okay, 20 volume, 30 volume, and some good old 40 volume. They don't have Trionics, though, so they don't have 50. I believe that's what it was called, Trionics. Okay. Alright. Okay, but I want... Alright, hopefully this is not something that I don't have the stuff for. Hopefully it's not a mod. I mean, I don't care if it is as long as it works, but you know, something's got to be doing something for the shampooing somewhere. If it's possible to shampoo somebody. I mean, I wouldn't care if it was simply having somebody laying in the chair while having the washing hands interaction from behind in the sink. Just so that it looks like you're sudsing up the sink. Okay, did I not turn on script mod things? Alright. Is it a script mod? Oh, I have to place the thing down, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to have to do that, though. Not yet. I mean, do I have to hook the room or the lot down in order to get this? Alright, well. You know what? We're gonna do that, and if something doesn't show up, we'll know that that's why. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So it's work from home type thing. So yeah, it's gotta have a job involved. Maybe this is what I'm trying to do and not the other thing. Boop boopy doop. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Eliza, dear Eliza. It's just Liza. Yeah, well, she's not just Liza, she's Eliza. There's a difference. You take the E off her name, there'll be a hole in her name. Can't do that. That's like Ann with an E without the E. You ain't doing that. You take E off Ann with an E and you're gonna get your butt whipped. She'll slap you with a frickin' chalkboard. The writing slate. I think that's what they called it. Okay, so they only have just a slight change. Just a little change. Really? Yeah. Way to go, Eliza. Whatever the hell that did. Let's put a couple of pieces of evidence together here, as they say. Okay, well that's worthless. Jeez, charging enough for that stuff? $70 for a cut? I'll cut my own, thank you. I felt bad charging $80 for getting color done. Okay, so there must be some sort of mods or something with the script. Oh. Well, I suppose that works just as good as putting the lights on the wall. Okay, that's a mod. Club activities, okay. And small business. Yeah, that one's definitely something I want to mess with at some point. Do I want to mess with this right now? I mean, this is just basically like doing what it's doing. So, but let's do this just so I know to come back to it. If I don't already. I mean, I guess I don't have it bookmarked yet. Either that or I, you know. Well, that's a shame. I definitely would like that hairdryer chair. Okay, so it's functional as a spa chair. That functions as a vanity. Is this a script mod also? Yeah, I don't want. That's not yet. I don't necessarily want to override stuff. I just wanted to have that chair. I want the you know, I want this chair. Okay, so that's important because that's, like in class when they're doing the roller sets, I can at least demonstrate that. They can't, they're not going to be actually doing anything, but before and after, it's like, hey, look, I did my roller set. It's a shame Eliza don't have hair now. She go funny with all of a sudden having all that hair wrapped around. Bob's got more hair than her now. Bob's the one that didn't have any hair. Bob's your uncle. No, he isn't. Now, when I started school, the second time anyway, our the first 2 weeks or whatever we were doing, however long it was, we were doing like the nails and skincare or whatever. So I can start with that right away because, hey, it's functional in the game. Yeah, good night. Well, I guess it's just going to screw up my game and I'll be mad and then we won't have a story. Right? I guess it's about time I had my turn, right? Everybody else gets along with it. Like, okay, the curlers. Okay. Alright, y'all go up here. Yeah. Well, them mod people gonna have to do something with that. Okay, we have to do this kind though in order to put those on because
Yoyum Kubeba, Knob, Congaroo.
well, that is just or does that? Oh, that's the hair colors. Okay. Alright, now here's what you do. You go all the way out here. And just stand there in public with your hair in rollers.
Kissable? Huh? Thanks.
Lamina Galpa Watini.
Well, yeah, you are a star. Yeah, I agree. You're like the most important sim in this game. Who cares about Judith, what's her face? Yes, yes. Yes, they are. I'll definitely be using those. So, between that and the sectioned hair and little knots, that's a good start. Okay, that changes the... Yeah. What I was really trying to find... I mean, it seems like it'd be simple to find, but it's, you know... not as easy because, you know, everything's all styled and everything all the time, but just, you know, like hair with highlights and lowlights in it. I mean, it's not always as obvious. Like, this might have some highlights and lowlights to it, but, you know, like this here might. You know, I can see some lows, but I don't know what the hell fuchsia has to do with that. Unless that's the name of the person, but... Yeah, just... It'd be nice to get something that's not always, like, you know, fancy styled and all that. Just, you know... Even if it's just base game... Sims 4 hairstyle recolors. Yes, I saw this one, but that's like, no, I don't want... And not only that, but then when I can't read the thing, you know, I mean, just... Everything's all cartoony and all that all the time. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Hi, Maria. You know, and basically I'm like looking for, you know, something like this is not, too far out of the realm here. Again, this is where we get into the problem of I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And I don't want to piss anybody off. Like, and then they're writing shit. I mean, does this mean it's free? I don't know. Donkey's grassy butt. See, I know how to speak some other languages. Donkey's grassy butt. That's Donkashane Gracias. Or as my mama would say, muchas gracias. What? I'm not. Don't you. I'm gonna lose it. I mean, if anything, the one hairstyle that they have that I gave to Dana, where it's got the gray hair with like the silver streaks, you know, I think that's one that somebody would be able to recolor. Oh, no, it's not. I don't know, there must be something really difficult with making them or something, because it's like, I think that's the one that I already downloaded, or something similar to it. Well, I got Romy here, or something like, yeah, I got Romy. I just want, like you would be learning in school, you know, kind of like this middle one, or so, just straight hair that's been highlighted, like as if you did it in school, and we're following state board pattern. Not fancy streaks in the front, and, you know, just standard old-fashioned foils. Definitely not Alyssa. This is not State Board. State Board would not like that. Like, let me see what this is. I mean, they're nice. We'll save it for now. I mean, that one up there that had the highlights, but it was like greenish color or whatever. That's what I'm talking. Just give me that, but blonde and brown. You know, just simple. I mean, unless I just wasn't realizing that there's more colors if you click the thing. And in reality, I need it to be like, you know, her length or shorter-ish, because it's not going to be very much longer than that, being that it's a mannequin. Because by the time you open the mannequin and get the hair trimmed for the first time, there's not a whole lot of hair left on the thing. Below shoulder, anyway. You know, unless you get a good mannequin that's got below shoulder length hair. What is this? Yeah, I mean, it's nice that everybody's creating, you know, styled hair and magazine hair and, you know, but some of us need very specific things for what we're doing. That's the difficult part of this project. And doing this stuff, yeah. The secret to having this come out nicer is to be able to leave a buffer in between. You know, if you're not going red right next to the blonde, you have a chance to have it come out nicer. You know, if you got a little bit, you know, like if you can leave a little bit of their brown color in between, or you know, go red, dark, blonde, dark, red. Just don't let the dark bleed into the blonde either, because that, you know, you let if somebody's wanting really really dark and it bleeds into their blonde, they can end up with gray blue hair, and that ain't good. Been there, done that. This is a hairstyle, not a Sims. Okay, are we gonna keep doing this, or are we gonna try something else? We only have about an hour here, because I work at 7. Silver streak hair recolor. Okay, all right. Brown hair with blonde highlights. How about that? Just spell it out. Let's see if we can get something by doing that. And that's a Sims hair that got recolored. That's a base, or not base game, but an EA. It's an EA recolor. There, do that. I mean, even if we don't get any other ones, at least this would be a possibility to pretend. This is actually maybe. Are we downloading all this stuff though if we download it? Get out of here. Leave me alone. Sims 4 hair recolors. Maxis match, I guess. I mean, is that what we're going for? Or is it just matching their color? I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. That's good. Obviously, that's a Hail Mary. Oh, we're already there. Duh. Is this that same? Yeah, it's that same guy. Just a different. So I would say let's look at his stuff. Because that's twice now you've downloaded something of his. Holy crap, look at all this stuff I'm putting in here already. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't use mods. I don't, unless they give me something I want, yeah, you know, they gotta give me something I want. How do I see? Oh, he's the one that's got that? So when I hover over these things in the game, I should at least be able to, it should tell me who made the thing. Because I ain't going to remember who made this stuff. If I ever wanted to, like, say in the video, like, hey, this is made by Enrique S4. I found it somewhere. I like that one. Oh, it's not even that same. Now this here, this is somewhere where I'm going to end up with a lot of stuff. Because, I don't need all this, but I'll be downloading it. And that's dangerous. Oh, apparently I am logged in. Yeah, this is what do you call it? A rabbit hole. I can't. I could literally spend a whole 12-hour episode just doing this. And if you're into that, great. But anybody who's not currently in the chat needs to let me know that they want to see me go through the custom content and put a whole episode like that out there. Get involved, folks. If you're watching it all, you need to tell me, hey, yeah, we like that content. Because, yeah, Now, let me put it this way. I like that it's like my universe is expanded. So, anytime I'm wanting to go get something now, I can go get something if it exists. And if it don't exist, we're going to find out. But, because I gotta not put too much pressure on myself to make the story. I just want to relax, and this story should be just as fun as on the last day of a subject, everybody getting to work on each other and just doing whatever. So, my main thing with this is I want to have the story of what's going on with these main characters and kind of harken back to some of the days I had and make similar days and the journal entries. That, I'd like to come up with something like that. I mean, Lord knows I wrote the journal entries of my own. It's just I got to figure out the whole thing with... And then there's... Will I have autonomy on it all? Or am I controlling everything? Control freak. Yeah, I know. Now, if for some reason we can't do something in the game, we'll just go looking at, we get lost in pictures of actual people, real makeovers, whatever, If I can't show a finger wave in the game, we'll go to Google and we'll Google a finger wave. Look up somebody else's illustrations or, you know. One last time, I'm going to warm up this coffee really quick. But we're going to have fun with it. I had an idea while I was doing that. It's amazing how going and getting coffee does that. Alright. So, really quick, we're going to get in this game. We'll go to the main game. And I'm going to go to the the school site before I forget what I'm wanting to do. But it's so genius in its simplicity. It's almost like something that they might have done during COVID when you couldn't have people come to the school. You know, a lot of that kind of thing. I mean, other than using mannequins, but I'm sure there was a lot of schools that suddenly had to use a lot of mannequins during COVID. All right, so we're doing this. Let's... Because this is the modern age. We'll add our chairs and bar stools. This is just basically making a part of a classroom here real quick. So, well, here, while we're at it, let's grab this real quick. You just need one or two of these. Yeah, we'll do that. And then get our tables. Hopefully these will go on these tables though. But if not, we'll use something else. All right, what's the one that I used? This thing. All right. Fingers crossed. I don't think it's going to work, but I can at least put it there. Whether it faces the chair or not is not the important part, but no, you don't want to go on there? All right. But, okay, so that's for video gaming. Is the other ones under miscellaneous? Aha, yeah. Couple of them. Or these. We could just have like a table set up somewhere, or other tables, or just, you know, or you know, whatever I end up doing. But point being, now you can use dining tables for computers, because that's what we're using. What we were using in that does look very similar to what we had. Just doesn't have a crank on it, but oh well. In other words, now class, I'd like you to Google XYZ. Okay, let's go to Google. And I may or may not try watching somebody's video on it. If Google has a problem with that, they can tell me, and then I'll take down the episode or edit the video or whatever I gotta do. Oh yeah, I misspelled it as usual. Where? Let's do it.
Straight down the middle, a straight line right from the front to the back, and then a straight line coming up from both sides of the ear. Straight up from the back of the ear so that you've got 4 sections of the hair. So in the front, we want this to be in the middle. Lift up your mannequin, turn her whenever you need.
This says Nadine on it.
Go in the middle. I'm just going to drag that along and all the way to the back of the hair. I never once lifted the tail comb off of the scalp. And now I have this. Now note that I'm also combing the hair close to the scalp. If her hair started to get more tangled in there, I may have to switch into a larger toothed comb. Now at this point, I just want to drag the comb along the scalp, right to the back of the ear. I never once lifted the tail part of my comb. I just simply dragged it along the scalp, took the hair that was on the front half of the comb, and separated it from the hair on the back half. Once you have this combed out, And your 4 sections, put your 4 sections up in clips in here, and a nice neat clip up in this section. Okay, so we're looking at the back of the head of the mannequin once it's been sectioned into its 4 sections, right? I have the one in front of the ear, the 2 in the back, and then the one on the other side.
Yeah, and they're not exactly straight. Not saying I can do better, but those were not exactly straight. And that's not what this story is not about critiquing anything in a negative way. But I noticed, you know. And that's okay. What else you got? How to put your mannequin stand on the thing, you know, it's cool stuff, you know. Here, have a subscribe. Man, what is with my typing lately? God dang. Oh, look, it's Lucy.
If you were to go watch all of my Cosmetology School videos, you will not find a single video of me doing finger waves while in school. Absolutely horrible at them. So today I'm going to work on them and see what happens.
Well, now you're the instructor. You better know how to do it.
Yeah. All right, let's try it again. Push, pinch, comb. This is probably the best one I've done yet.
That's not easy.
I feel like I conquered the wave a little bit better this time. If you were to go watch all of my Cosmetology School videos, you will not find a single video of me doing finger waves while in school.
So here's the thing. When I went to school in 2000, finger waves was on the state board test. I would have had to perform them at state board. When I went to school the second time around, in 2013, it was no longer on the test. Now, we still did some in class, but... And I think I even practiced it at home. I believe I've got a mannequin picture that I practiced at home trying to do it. Oh, wrong button. Everybody's still here? I mean, it's okay if you fell asleep or something. I don't know. Well, it still says 2 people are watching, so one's me. But, anyway. Oh, darn it. I gotta be careful with going on Facebook, because he'll think I'm on here. And I'm not. Let me try the album. Come on, damn it. Oh, that's the old school one. Aha. All right. So all right. Now is that shown over here? No. Okay, so what did I write about this? August 12th, 2013. I struggled with getting these started all day, but this was when I got going and just kept going until I finished the head. They are not the right way because they are supposed to be uniform, like curls would be, and not some wider than others. But I did this and then grabbed my other mannequin and told Miss C not to touch these. Technically, I am a brand new student like the others. I get to be proud of this. Meaning, even though I had done this 12 years earlier, that didn't mean I was supposed to already have done it 12 years earlier. And I wasn't exactly, good at it back then, but looks like I'm just as good as Lucy is, if not better. Hello, Evan. Welcome in. And then, so welcome to the Cosmetology story, which is a, there is no one way I'm doing this, so some of it's Sims gameplay. This was, I posted this 2 days later, finger waves and pin curls. These were all done by me except for the first 2 or 3 left side curls. So not these 3, but I kept going after that. So in other words, there's finger wave on top, and then we started doing the pin curls on the side. I used only gel, no water, and even though they're a bit wide, I know how to do it now. I got the comb working right, and just gel works way better. So far. I also gave her that little curl at the bottom right just for fun. That was August 14th of 2013. So, yeah. But that's kind of an example of what I would do if I can't make it happen in The Sims. We'll go to Google. We'll go to My Pictures. Whatever it is. But we'll at least pretend something and get some story out of it and build some stuff. And you know what I'd really like to do is have a little bit of perspective of, the Dear Diary, this is what we did in cosmetology school today, or as mine was, where did, well, the simple way to do this was always to go nope, that's not the simple way to do it. Ah, there it was. So if I go here, okay, it's just under here somewhere. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. We're reading this backwards. settings. How do I change the post order on my blog? Oh, screw that. No. No. So, y'all are stuck having to read it backwards. You find out the butler did it first. So, this was my first post. For the second time in my life, the journey begins. For the second time in my life, I have walked away from a job to pursue a cosmetology license. This time I am not going to rush into it. I'm going to take a breath or two, spend time with my niece while she's still just 7. She's about to turn 20. Get my feet rested up, maybe lose some weight. Get this room ready for mannequin practice. Get my music collection out of storage and listen to it. And build all of friendships that mean so much to me. Then I'll start a school or apprenticeship from scratch and take the 1 to 2 years it takes to get the license and just learn. And then after that, the next door is open. And I'm not discounting possibilities anymore. But here I come, slowly, calmly, ready, but most of all happy. I have the touch and I will dare to win. And those are 2 songs from Transformers, the movie, the cartoon one. And every time I was struggling in school or whatever, or about to take a test, or on break, I would listen to those. At this time here, I had just gotten my first cell phone. I didn't get a cell phone until June of 2013. So then I had a phone to try to listen to these things on YouTube. Ah, yes. Whoever that is. I don't remember where it was, but somebody else, I might have even mentioned it on here in a post, but I found somebody else's cosmetology journey on here and kind of read through it. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should do that on here. Before the new journal, here's the old one. In order to show that I have some desire to write in this blog, I'm going to share what I wrote in my old one between 2000 and 2004. The reason I mentioned 2004 is because that the same lady, that the cosmetology instructor from Texas that sent me the book that I will be getting sometime Saturday or later, so I have another copy of it. I hadn't talked to her in quite a while, and suddenly she got back online, and we got to talking about how I hadn't finished school and all that. Next thing I know, I'm going out the door, driving around looking for salons I can apprentice in. Like, maybe I could try that, but I didn't find any. But that got me all hyped up again. You're stretching your water? Alright, stretch that water. Just be careful not to, that's like a hydrogen bomb going off. You gotta be careful. Hydrogen bomb? Yeah, hydrogen bomb. Here, let me see. Okay. Here, folks, let's, I should probably put this in a, in Streamlabs. Alright, we'll come over here and test that. And as usual, it's typing more than one letter. There we go. I only have a few more minutes left in the episode anyways, but before I do anything though, let's save this really quick, because I want this idea to be shown here. Why didn't you just take me right down to it? Well, hey, they work on here. They just don't work here. That's cool. Cool, cool. Whatever. Alright, well that's what that looks like. Oh. Well. Ah, yes. Okay. I wrote my old one between. So here it is. All is just copied and pasted, and I don't know what it says or who I talk about. So if it's you, well, I hope it's not negative, but that was years ago, and my thoughts are positive now. My old cosmetology journal and a new entry for today, March 29th, 2004. This is my old journal that I used to post in my Yahoo Club/group. At the very end, I added a new entry for today, since it belongs there. Enjoy. It's a journal within a journal. Isn't that a Shakespeare thing? Yes, it is. And now that this journal was mostly finished, I didn't add the stuff about, you know, getting my salon and all that, but this was a school journal, not necessarily a career journal. One of these days I might have to write that stuff, if I can remember it. Wasn't all sunshine and roses. But it wasn't supposed to be. Wasn't lollipops either. Although there were a couple of lollipops handed out. Okay, so I'm not going to read that right now, but I'm just going to say that the short part, the 4 weeks between me touring the school back then and signing up and quitting my job and then going to school and however long it took were the most... I met someone online, I got engaged to them, and broke it off within 4 weeks. All of that within 4 weeks. Give or take a week, but... That's my coffee cup bump going bang. long story short, she was being raised by... I was 24. She had just turned 20. She was being raised by her grandparents because her mother was possibly in prison or something. But... Her grandparents were pulling the whole, while she's living under my roof, you're not going to do these things sort of thing. No, she can't. It was a really rainy night. And it's at least we were celebrating her birthday, possibly. Yeah, because it wasn't my birthday. So we drove down by my house, down by 8 Mile. She met my mom. Then we went to the bar that my mom and stepdad were always hanging out in. And drinking was not involved, but we were just kind of there with my mom and doing a little bit of dancing at the bar. And then we went back to my house, and it was pouring rain. So she called home to see, can she spend the night at my house? She'll sleep in my mom's room or something, and I'll be in a different room. No. When that rain stops, you get back here. They didn't care that it was a monsoon rain and gonna be 3 o'clock in the morning by the time I get back there with her. So, long story short, when I got back there, Mr. Grandpa Daddy and I, we had a little bit of a argument, and originally our plans were to go to the Michigan Adventure Amusement Park and spend the night there, but they said no to that, because we'd be spending the night together. Even though we're both adults. So I had booked a hotel room in near where she lives, because we were gonna leave in the morning and go over there instead and then drive back. But plans changed or whatever, but I had that hotel room booked only a few miles from their house. So yeah, I had my blow up with Daddy. She goes into the house, grabbed a bag or a change of clothes or something, came back out, got back in my car, and then we both went to the hotel. It's you tell me it's fine for me to stay at your house and sleep on your couch, but it's monsoon raining and she can't sleep with my mom? With me not involved at all? It's no, while she's in our house, it's our rules, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Daddy. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, we went to the hotel. We went to the desk. Luckily, the guy was still there that late at night. So, look, I'm adding a guest or whatever. It's, And let me just say, we fooled around, but I did not go all the way because I was not willing to have that situation. I was not going to have that experience out of spite for him. I don't want to say that I'm a gentleman, but I have my... When it comes to my life, certain things I'm picky about. And I wasn't going to have that situation go that way. You know, I'm not woo-hooing somebody because I'm mad at somebody else. That ain't happening. So if I go the rest of my life and it never happens, so be it. But that's the closest I've come, and I stopped myself. So I'm 50 years old. If that bothers anybody, if anybody thinks that's funny, so what? Suck on it. If I die a virgin, I die a virgin, so what? At this point, it don't matter. I'm 50 years old. I'm 300 pounds. I shouldn't be having kids. So, anyway. So the next day it became, I'll have a little family chat with her uncles were there and all that, and we worked things out a little better, and we were playing nice, and then it was like, okay, well, I explained that, look, we are engaged. You know, I did give her an engagement ring. And if you want to play the, you know, while under your roof game, well, we'll just have to see about getting our own roof. So that became looking for apartments. So I was online looking for apartments and looking to see what schools I could go to. And, well, instead of coming to school on August 2nd, or August 1st, or whatever it was, I walked into the school, said, I'm sorry, I can't start today. I have to go look for an apartment. I was out all day, drove at least 100 miles, looking for places, you know, that are for rent and where I might go, possibly starting another school, like up by Port Huron or something, because, hey, I can go anywhere, right? I get home, and she messages me something about, you know, I don't know, I don't think I'm ready to leave. I think I'm going to stay home for a little while longer, and blah, blah, blah. So I basically said, okay, well, this ain't going to work out. It's over. Keep the ring. The next day, I got ready, I got in my car, and I went to school and said, hey, if it's possible, I'd like to start school today. So I missed the orientation day the day before, you know, but I didn't miss anything else, so. So I was really screwed up going into that, and then I had spent all the money on the ring. Not a whole lot. I mean, I think I spent like $300, which was a lot. Which, considering how much money I had, was not that much. You know, I'm not some rich person, but That was money, between that money and all the dating money for going to restaurants and everything and hotels, and I didn't have as much money as a few weeks back before that when I quit my job and was going to try to pay my own way at school. Because I had made too much in taxes the year before. The way it worked back then, the school cost $6,000, but you just went to the government, you applied for the Pell Grant that would have covered all that. And you didn't have to pay it back. But I didn't qualify because I made too much money the year before. I made like $2,200 or 22 grand the year before. And that was too much for me to qualify for the grant. So I would have to try again after the new year. This is August. I had until the new year to then use this year's taxes, which this year of 2000, I was laid off for the first 5 months. I had gotten laid off in November along with a couple other guys from the gear place, and then they called me back in May. So I only worked about a month and a half before I quit to go to school. It's like, you know what? I sat around for 6 months thinking about what am I going to do with my life, because I wasn't working there anymore, and eventually the Marvin unemployment money is going to run out. So I better be looking at a job or getting a job or something. And but yeah, so I almost didn't start school, but then school became everything. Let that be a lesson to y'all, how passionate I am about this. That was the first time I ended a relationship because they were interfering with me trying to pursue my cosmetology. Second time was 5 years ago, after when or 6 years ago, the Thanksgiving during COVID, when I was quitting my grocery store job again to try to focus on just doing the cosmetology stuff and get my salon thing going. Not owning it yet, but to get my act together so I could start making money and move away from my brother, like I was supposed to do. Become a success. But instead, what I got from her was suddenly she's driving her car again. COVID's opening up. And I could go to the salon again. So I'm not just driving her back and forth. And it became, so what days do you have off this week? I don't have off days. My off days are at the salon. How many times do I have to explain this to you? I have to go to the salon and work. My clients have been waiting for several months. They've been doing their own hair, calling me, asking me what I use on them so they can use it while they're waiting for me to do their hair. If I don't go and make something out of that, we ain't getting together. We won't be moving out in an apartment together or anything. That relationship was not going to last if I'm living at home still? You know, and the grocery store was not going to be enough. That might be good for her because she works at the other location, but it ain't good enough for me. So I ended that one. You know, I still ended up failing a couple years later with the salon and all that stuff, but it didn't matter. You know, I'm gonna end things on my terms when it comes to that, not something else. And I did end it on my terms because I went and got that suite and tried again, and I was successful in getting that and having some people come. You know, and had I not been stuck being full-time at the grocery store because of the way the rules are and having to keep paying the bill, you know, I had to have the grocery store money to help pay for the suite, so I had to stay. But I couldn't, you know, finagle my schedule anymore. When old Tim was my boss at the grocery store, he would let me tell him what my schedule needed to be. And then new Tim came, you know, replaced him after he retired, and he was working with me too. As soon as I said, "Hey, I'm going to try opening this suite," but suddenly we had a new store manager that wanted to be by the book on everything. After I've opened the suite, and after I've spent $600 on a car repair. So, you know, I had that thing for 6 months, though. I had my own suite for 6 months. And had it not been for only being able to go 2 days a week, and the car repair taking away some of my getting started money, my safety net, you know, I could have maybe got my feet planted a little better. So, I'm going to read just these first 2 bits, or these couple of these bits real quick. I was supposed to start school yesterday, but because of personal reasons, I quit yesterday. Then I got home, and the reasons for quitting wasn't there anymore. Things we do for love, LOL. Well, anyway, today I went back to school, and they let me back, and I will never quit again. Famous last words. We spent the day trying to learn finger waving. The way that works is so my very first day at Cosmetology School, I was doing finger waving. The way that works is you have to start with a natural part and then try to make little C-shaped curves above the eye so that they line up with the center of the eye. I was able to get it a few times, but the hair kept being messy, and there kept being a chunk hanging down. After you get one row of C's, you make another row under it facing the opposite direction, so it forms an S curve. I didn't want to go home, but they close at 4:30 and they don't lock you in. My instructor, Miss St. Clair, is really nice. She is a ball of energy, and we have 2 students in the class who are licensed cosmetologists and are studying to be instructors so they can also teach us, or wherever they're going to go. They also showed a few cutting videos, but I was out of the room because I had to go to the office and fill out the paperwork I missed yesterday for orientation. I love this school. There is no pressure at all. If you are supposed to get there at 8:30, you get there between 8:30 and 8:35, or you wait until 9:05 to sign in. They don't make us sign out for breaks either. You can leave during all 3 of our breaks and go to restaurants, if you had the money. There was like a couple of fast foods like right across the street and such. And a Greek restaurant like 2 doors down that some of them people were getting. Stuff from. I was working 7 to 3:30 p.m. with 1 15-minute and 1 half-hour break at the other place. Here I can have a 10 a.m., 15-minute, a 12 p.m. half hour, and at 2:15 another 15-minute. Also, I can choose to stay till either 2:30 or till 4:30 or anywhere in between. The more I stay, the more my hours get used up quicker. Well, I am officially a cosmetology student now, and that's not going to change until next November when I get rid of the student part and replace it with pro. Thursday, August 3rd, 2000, my real second day of school. Today, we studied relaxers a bit. We looked at our books a bit, and we started to watch a video before lunch. We also worked on our finger waving most of the day. I am still not able to do it all, but I did get past the first step. The first step is to make a row of C's along the part going towards the back. All day yesterday I was trying to do them by combing from the front of the hair, and I was supposed to comb it from the part instead. Finally, I asked what I was doing wrong today, and within an hour of doing it the right way, I had my first good row of C's. It was so good that Miss St. Clair grabbed my mannequin head and started praising me really loud. She starts shouting, "Look, at this here is what happens when someone fine-tunes their skills." The principal just happened to be in the room at the time, and Miss St. Clair made it a point to show her and praise me some more. I still haven't gotten the next step down, but after that, Miss St. Clair says, "I'm going to let you be a little bit because you seem to be able to get it with practice." That's always been the case with me, though. If I do something, I learn it. I can't learn from books only. It has to be hands-on. It takes a lot of practice to learn these things, but once I learned that part and what my mistakes were, I didn't make them anymore. The next step is to make a ridge and make an opposite direction curve below the first row to form an S shape. To make a ridge, you got to pinch the hair between your fingers to make the ridge, like the mountain. And then you got to keep your hand in place when you go to comb the other C shapes so that you don't pull your ridge out. You don't want to flatten your mountain. Friday, August 4th, my third day of school. This will be the last entry I read. Well, Today was another good day for me. Today we had a student volunteer to have her hair relaxer retouched. Her hair was straight in some areas and curly in others, and it was really thick. The teacher was doing the demo. After consulting with the student, she began applying the relaxer. According to the student, she hadn't had her relaxer done in at least 2 months, and that the last stylist overlapped it. For those who don't know about relaxers, they are meant to straighten hair by breaking down the bonds in the hair, and once it's done, you aren't supposed to do the same spot again, or the hair will break. Well, the teacher starts examining the hair and sees that there is only ½ inch of new growth at the scalp, so it can't have been more than a month or so since the last relaxing. She also doesn't see any evidence of overlapping. So she goes about applying the relaxer and has one of the instructor trainees who has worked in a salon help out so they can finish quicker. After the relaxer is removed and shampooed, neutralized, and then conditioned, the girl still has curly areas in her hair. It is now that she tells the teacher that she presses her hair herself. This girl has hair down to her bra strap, but it is so damaged that the splits go all the way up above her neck. The teacher didn't want to cut that all off because she doesn't like to do students usually. And you see why, but she did give a trim of about 1.5 inches or so. It turns out that if the girl had given all the information, the teacher could have just used a blow dryer and straightened it. The rest of the day was spent working on my finger waving. I am now able to form my first ridge all the way back to the crown, but it's still not very neat. While we were sitting watching the girl get her trim, she looked at me and said she wanted hair like mine, and the teacher got a bit upset. She then gave a speech about how all of us had God-given beauty, and if we just take care of it, we don't have to beat ourselves up. When she said that to me, my words were, yeah, it looks good now, but that's after finding out the hard way that if you don't trim your hair for 2 years, it gets cut off. That's because I had gone 2 years after cutting my hair short. I grew it out, and only some of it was actually long because it was all layered. And it probably wasn't looking as good as it could have looked because, I used to rip through my hair with, brushes while it was wet. But you got to be careful. People don't understand that whole thing with Chris Rock and Will Smith and the hair comment. That's a very touchy subject for African American people. Chris Rock should have known better because he's the narrator or the guy in the Good Hair documentary where they interview people about that stuff. He should have known better than to do that joke. That's all I'm going to say about that for now. And that's where I'm going to stop because I got to work at 7 o'clock, so I gotta be done. Oh, that's fine. Now, hopefully, when I get home tomorrow, I'm not too tired and can jump right on here because I work till 3, which means that hopefully I'm not. It's not like 6 o'clock by the time I get on here. But all things considered, this was a decent episode. We found out I got to try out some of the custom content stuff, and I'm not too concerned about the mods right now, but with adding them right away. But we'll do what we got to do when the time comes. So, sorry the video is not going to go longer for those who are using it for sleeping purposes or whatever, background noise. But it's time for me to hit the hay. Hey. So, thank you to Freebird and Jen and Evan for joining in today. And thank you to those who were watching and anybody who's watching in the future. As I mentioned, well, I will be back later today after 3 o'clock at some point. And then we can do a long stream tomorrow, and then I'm off on Thursday. Today, a long stream later today, and then I'm off on Thursday. So we'll have some long streaming on Thursday. And I don't start until 12:30 on Friday, so it's like there could be more than one stream. There could be a 12-hour. Who knows? But I'm looking forward to maybe figuring some stuff out in these next 2 days, and getting some builds done or started, or some story added, and maybe get some actual gameplay going with the high school portion. I definitely need to add some friends for Joanna. Some mean girl friends. Somebody to pick on Charlie. You know, gotta do a little bit of tomboy stuff for her. You know, maybe collect bugs or something. You know, not all tomboys collect bugs. Well, so we'll figure it out. I forgot that I believe Illinois is, I think it's coming out tomorrow for American Truck Simulator. So at some point we're going to be doing a little bit of that. I'm pretty sure Charlie's dad is going to be a truck driver. If not her dad, maybe it's an uncle or something, but you know. I'm not sure what's in the Illinois DLC yet, as far as businesses or loads to do. So they suspended the events as far as when you get a new DLC, unless something has changed. They American Truck Simulator has a thing where when a new state comes out, they give you like 2 months to do the event, and you got to go to like at least 10 of the new towns, but your load has to be at least 100 miles or it doesn't count. So you're like going back and forth from town to town trying to get these loads and do the event, and it takes a few days if you're playing a long time, but anyway. We'll see what happens with that. I don't have to play that right away because if there's no event, there's no hurry to do that. But anyway, so yeah, thank you to Freebird and Evan and Jen and everybody else who's been watching. And if anybody's watching in the future, hello to you too. I hope everybody has a good night and a good day. And I hope to see you all in the next one that you were able to make it to. Until then, bye-bye for now. And no tangles.